Hello, welcome to episode 2 of building our the Jiji clone or the ads market platform. So today we're just creating some APIs, and we created a number of APIs starting from the verification code. So you can see we talked about the things that we need to use in today. And the things one we wanted just to do was creating like verification codes, creating categories, shops, and all these. We didn't manage to do all of them, but we did a couple of them. So we started with the verification codes. So these verification codes will be assigned during the physical tour, and during there will be a team that will be moving shop to shop, doing due diligence, and during that time they talk about the app, and they also give that vendor a code that he will use while signing up. So if you just go here, you can see just simply go ahead and generate a code, and this code is what you will just give a vendor, and he will use this code to during the registration. We did not manage to work on the vendor, but at least we generated the codes. So after generating the codes, of course, here you can delete the code. So as you can see, you can just go ahead and delete this code. You can also copy the code. So you can see, you can go ahead and copy this code. I think I saw that. I have to work on that. But we have the verification code. And then now we have the users. Okay, so you can see we have the users, the normal users, and then we have the admins, and then we also have vendors. So right now we don't have any vendor, but what is also amazing is that you can, let's say the admin, remember we have 4 roles. Let's say a normal user signs up, so you will have a normal person signing up to the app. Let me just get like I can just get any hosted app right now. Let me sign out. And if I just go ahead and I sign in with this, and let me just create an account using this one. So this person can be an assistant admin, and he can just go ahead and log into the app. Okay. I don't know what's that problem. Let's return to the application. Okay, let's just try to create the sign up using the name and the email. Let's go and say Sewa Nkambo. I'll just use here some password. I don't know what's wrong with so this user have created an account, and you can see it has gone to the dashboard. So if you just come to here to where we have these users, you can see that we have now Ronald. Now let's say Ronald right now by default has a role of a user, and I want to make Ronald, I want to make him to be my my assistant admin. So you can just go here on edit. You see that you have actually all the roles that you have. I can just make him an assistant admin, and now he will just become one of the administrators, and then he will have now at least some other more bigger roles. So you can see he's in here, as well as I can return him if I want. I can just go ahead and just make him this. Okay, so currently this is what is selected. I can just make him an admin or even a user. Yep, so we managed to work on that, and we also worked on a lot of APIs, and we tested them and so many other things. So if you're interested, let's get started and dive in. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 2 of building our ads platform. today I didn't want to make a video because I was really feeling so much exhausted. I'm currently running a boot camp, and the boot camp is also so seriously running me serious. Like, we really do a lot of work, and you find that sometimes I finish very late, and before you know it, I'm sleeping like at 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. And but I have to finish also this project. And where is it? I think it was yesterday. I think this one. Yeah. So yesterday we did a couple of things onto this platform of ours, and we also just went ahead and hosted it, which was a good thing. So far we can just create an account and log in. So before we start today, I just want to change at least one of my accounts. I just want to change it to, so I'm just going to open npx Prisma Studio. I'm just going to open the studio. That is, if I can run a correct command. I'm just going to make the user, I'm just going to go ahead and make him an admin. Okay, so you can see currently I have two users here. I have two users, and they are all having the same role. So you can see this one. I just want to change this. Okay, just want to change this, change its role to an admin. I'm just going to go ahead and save changes. Okay, now I'm just going to go back and log in and see if I can see a different interface. Okay, so you just go here to log in. I'm just going to go ahead and add in my email and the password. I think I changed the password. Okay, just going to go ahead and sign in. Okay, so you can see login success, and this is going to go ahead and route me to the dashboard. Okay, so you can see now I see a lot of things. I see the V codes, categories, and subcategories eventually. So we're just going to discuss about a few things and how we are going to handle a few things. And yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and start by adding one more link. So the admin should be able to see. So just going to say here app sidebar, and where we have the V codes categories, there is one more subcategories. I think we didn't give it the roles, and just going to go ahead and give it these roles. We have also users, which are not given roles, and also admins, okay, which we did not give roles. And we also have products. I don't know how we created this without these ones. The products going to also leave the vendors to see this. Okay, so if you just do that, you said we get all other links here that we want to be able to do. So we're just going to navigate most of these ones, so that we can see how we are going to handle everything. Okay, so basically we're just going to talk about how everything is related to this project. So we have the verification codes. So the verification codes are going to be helping to verify physical the the physical location or the physical existence of a shop. So let's say we have a particular someone who is claiming to have a shop X, or actually what's going to happen is that the owner of the application is going to be doing a physical tour. Okay, so it's going to have a physical tour. Just see it the way you see the bank people, how they do it. If you're going to get a loan, they normally do a physical tour to your premises, and after verifying that you are good, then they assign you a code. So they assign you a code. Okay, assign you a code or a verification code, and this code is what you will use while you are signing up. So you're going to see that when you sign up as a vendor, you're going to have two ways to verify. We're just going to be verify by code, so you can verify by code if you have it, or you can request the verification. So in other words, someone to get into to start selling on the platform, because normally most people criticize Jiji is about the people they have on the platform. People who don't own shops, people who are conmen on the platform simply of the verification system. So if you don't verify very well your vendors, you will end up in a scenario whereby you have a lot of people on the platform and they are conning people. They don't have shops, they don't have products, and they simply post images from internet, and they end up actually conning users. You don't want that to happen on your site. So what you need to do is to build a rigid and complex system to verify users. And one way to do that is by physically going and checking on these users. And after checking physically on the user, we give him a code that he will actually use in the future to actually get verified. Okay, so this will allow us to have the verified users. So the steps are going to be like, we are going to be able to create the verification codes, and these codes can be given to any vendor and he will use it to verify. Okay, so that is good. So one thing we will also do though is also creating more models today, so that we can actually finish up. So I'm just going to go to the schema. Okay, here the Prisma schema, and we're just going to go ahead and do all other. We're just going to go ahead and add in all other schemas that are remaining for this project. So basically, what we need, we need, as you have seen, the verification code. So verification code is going to be its own model. We'll have others. We'll have two. We'll have the categories and subcategories. Okay, and then we'll have the vendor profile. So the vendor profile is what is like a vendor shop. Okay, you could just say call it a shop, whichever the way you want to call it, whether you want to call it like, for example, a shop or a /business /vendor profile. any of these ones can really work. Okay, then another thing that we need is, of course, we need the products, right, or the ads. So individuals can create products that are going to display on the platform. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead. Actually, I was trying to do this project some time back with using some other using Honor, but I didn't get to do that because the client insisted, I think, on some other technologies that I found easy to use with Next.js. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to get all these schemas so that we can just go ahead and walk through them. Okay, so I'm just going to I could just go here and I'm just going to quickly open projects. I'm just going to go ahead and specifically open the schema. So I think I already have these schemas. I'm just going to open this this one here. Let's start with the first one, which is going to be, so we have like the vendor profile. So the vendor profile is same as like the shop. So if I just come here, let me just say, if I go back to this schema here, just going to go down here, and let's go ahead and add in this vendor profile. So this vendor profile is the shop. Okay, you can just call it the shop, or you can just call it or businesses. Okay, you can just call them businesses. I don't know which one would be good, but maybe just call it the shop. I can just call it the shop. This is an easy name to remember. So you can see we have things like it has to be related to a user. So you can just, like, depending on how you want to create the system, like, can a user create multiple shops? It depends upon you. You can just decide a user to create multiple shops. But for this case, I simplified it like one user creates one single shop. So that determines like whether it's going to be a one-to-one, or is going to be a one-to-many relationship. So if you put here, for example, unique, that means that this is a one-to-one. Okay, so just made it like easy that it's going to be a one-to-one. Each user creates one shop. And so we have, like, for example, the shop banner. So this is the image of the shop. Then you have the shop building, then you have the shop name, shop room, shop street, and this is going to be the verification code. And you also have is verified. And then we have this request, which is verification request. So if you just go back to, I'm just going to call this one now shops, and I'm just going to go to go back and get these other things, like now the verification request. Okay, so the verification request is when someone has requested that he wants to be verified, and then we create a verification request. Just going to add this verification request, and this is going to be now shop, like this. Okay, becomes very easy now. So you can just say here we have the request. So someone can make a request, and you can select the request is also one-to-one. Okay, you can just see where is it, shop, and shop ID is unique here, meaning that you can only make one request. If it already exists, then we don't need to create another one. So that is the relationship. And we have also this, of course, with the shop. You can just go in the shop, and I'm just going to go ahead and add in this relationship with the shop. So if you just go back here in the vendor, we could just go back here in this. We just go ahead and look for the vendor profile, and let's go to the user here, and you simply have to go ahead and add in this vendor profile just like this. So you can just go back here, and if you just go, I think it has added itself here, the shop. So just simply add here shop, just small like this. Okay, so this is a one-to-one. Okay, so the next one that we need to add in is the verification code. So if you just come here, you will see that if you go to the vendor here, we have the verification. So we have itself the verification code. I'm just going to go down here and find that. Okay, so we have the verification code here. I'm just going to go ahead and get this code. So we have talked about the verification codes are the ones that are going to be generated, and they will be given to the vendors. Okay, so you just go ahead and generate a code. So you have the code itself, which is supposed to be unique, and then you have is used. So when a person uses that verification code, then we just go ahead and mark it used. That code has been already used, and we use it like that. Okay, so then next is the next one is we have, of course, the categories and subcategories. So of course we have the product itself here. We're just going to look at this, the product. Well, before I put the products, let me just add the categories and subcategories. In this case, it's going to be department and this category. So I'm just going to copy these two, and let me just take them to my schema. So down here, I'm just going to add in these two. So I could just call them department and category, or you could just call them category and subcategory. So I'm just going to name this one as category, and then this second one becomes subcategory, subcategory, just like this. Now, if you look in the category, you have the title, slug, which is okay. And now, if you look at these categories, they have two things. So we have this, I'm just going to call this not a banner image, but I'm just going to call this one as an image URL. You could just call it image, just image, just like this. Okay, so we have the image. Now, one thing, instead of description, I might just actually go ahead and add in instead of adding in this, let me just first go ahead and look at like Jiji. There's no way you're going to find, like, okay, if you just like maybe click on like this category, I don't know if this is just going to have like to describe that page or something, but because of the SEO purposes, you can just go ahead and leave this category description, which is not required. Okay, so you can just go ahead and say mark this if it is active or not. We can just like leave it by default is true. And now here has a relationship. It should be now subcategories. I'm just going to say subcategories, which here is going to be subcategory, just like this. Okay, so we have this how is it called, category. So we have the category and subcategory, so I have to create a relationship between them. The category, I might also just create a direct relationship with the category with the products, because right now it is this that has this relationship with the product, and now this is going to be the category ID now. So I'm just going to change this to category ID, and then this category ID here, and then this is going to be category, and this one also is going to be category, just like that. Now we just need to bring in the products. This is going to be category ID, and this is going to be subcategories table. So this is going to go to subcategories table, and this one is going to create categories table. Okay, so this is not of a big deal. As you can see here, we have these, and then we also have these. Okay, so we have the products, product array. Okay, so I'm just going to bring in products in a second, but now we have also the category here. Now the category, as you can see, has no direct relationship with the products. I might change that or leave it like that, because sometimes you might just want to get all products in a particular category, but most of the times also like so you're just going to add here the product. So if you look at the product, we don't want to really make it so much. We're just going to remove some of the things. Name and slug and image, product images, all these ones are required. Description, summary. So if you just look at, for example, like on Jiji, I'm just going to first remove this simulator, and then just going to go ahead and click on any of these products. I'm just going to scroll down, and I find maybe let's say this phone here. So if you look at this phone, you just see that we have the price, the normal things, the shop, of course, and then we have the accepted tips. These accepted tips are just like not on a product, but I think they're just like on the whole entire page. So on this page, we have the image, we have the images, we have the title, and then we have the location of this advert. But now this is in one place, so you don't going to have this here. Just also going to ask ourselves if this advert is actually promoted. So you could just say is promoted. So you're just going to go here and say, for example, is promoted. Is a promoted ad or not? So you're just going to have this as a, not a string, but as a boolean. Okay, so like, is this ad promoted or not? So just going to, of course, add more about that. Then so you have these stuff like the brand. Now for the ones you're going to make, there will be no much things like the brand, because it's going to typically be like for clothes and shoes, and some of these people, they don't even know which brand they are using. So you want to make it as simple as possible. Okay, and then just going to have the description. So you can see here there is this description, show more. So like all these are specifications on this. Okay, then we have make offer. So if you look at it, apart from this, you don't have like really much. So there is description, and then there is this summary. So I don't know which one we're going to go with, but I'm just going to remove one. Maybe just going to remove this. I leave with description. There is active, and then is going to be is featured. I don't know if is featured and is deal are required. Just going to go ahead and remove these ones, is featured and is deal. Then there is price. That one is okay, the price of this, isn't it? Yeah, So we have the price, and then we have the there is no list of discount and other things. I don't know if we should just like put like the wholesale, because normally of these things just going to I'm just going to leave in the price, and I'm just also going to put in wholesale price, because just going to add in this. And then another thing is going to be the ad type. So this is going to be low stock alert. All these ones we don't need them. The discount, maybe the category ID, just going to see that in a second. But the what we're just going to see is just going to put in the product type. The product type. I'm just going to go here and we create the product type. So I'm just going to go down here and I will create product enum. I'm just going to go ahead and just create like enum and just say product type. And basically this is going to be, for example, retail. So just going to have like retail and wholesale. Okay, just like these two things. So the product type is going to be either a retail or this. Maybe you can just give it a default, and if you don't specify, this is going to be put under retail. So then we have the category ID. So this links it to the category. And it's just like do like category and then like subcategory. Like we don't need now these frequent both together. Just going to remove that. So we're just going to add in whereby you can select the category and the subcategory, just in case we want to do that. So you can just come here. We're not going to have brand relationship. We just don't have order items. There is no orders and stuff. So we have the category. I would just also want to add in the subcategory. Okay, so I'm just going to say here sub category ID, and this is also going to be like subcategory, and here I'm just going to change this to subcategory, and even here it changes to just subcategory like this. Okay, and similarly in the other side we're just going to go ahead and add. So if you just go in this here we have the products. I'm just going to copy this even in products. Here you can just go ahead and add in the products like this. So this means that we have the relationship with both the category and the subcategory. So in this case, you can say there is no tight relationship, like a product can be created without a subcategory, which in this case we are going to actually not accept. You should have this relationship actually coupled tight. We need them. No product should exist without the subcategory. I still have one. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so let's go ahead and still go through and look at the things we can remove or the things we are going to add. Is promoted, is active, is the price, wholesale price, product type. Then we have this here. I don't know why they're just like doing this. On delete reference, so relation should not be set to null. On delete, okay. So this one just going to have on delete. I think supposed to be or something like cascade. Sorry. So So you can just say on delete cascade here. Similarly, even on this. Okay, so we have the category. I think we have pretty the basics. We have the basics of what we want on the product, and we might just create a multi-step form for this to make sure we select everything very properly. Okay, so far we just want to know what it is do we need to add in. The banners not yet. We're not going to use the banners right now. Department, category, invites, refresh token. So like the vendor, we have already put that. The user profile, we're not mattering much about the user. So I think basically those are the ones that we need to have in this case of ours. Because if you look at, as I've said, we have the vendors. We have the verification codes, categories, subcategories, and then we have the vendor profile, and then the products. This is what we care most about. I'm just going to start first, stop the server and push this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and stop the server, and then I will push this. I'm just going to say clear. I'm just going to say npx prisma db push. And just going to say and npm dev. Okay, nice. Now the next thing I would just do right now, I'm just going to go ahead and create the API. Now in this case, I'm going to use the API. Now why do you normally just want to use API, not just like use server actions? So normally what I would do is you would just like create API. I would create the API for the architecture. Let me talk about that architecture of why I like using the API in the first place. So normally I just like using this. I already just to build all the backends and I build them on an API. And the reason why is if you have an API, whether you have it in Next.js, whether you built it in Python, the good thing is it means that this part can be swapped out. So you have the API, and this API is maybe you're using like server actions to communicate with this API, like this, or you can just like even just communicate directly. But let's say you have this as server action, and then you have your front end here. So basically you do the communication via these three things. You just have the front end, like maybe a form, send data to the server action, and then server action talks to the API. So the good thing is, let's say I'd used Next.js API, and for some reason I want to move it to Honor. This will be very easy to move to Honor because I don't have to change any part of these two. These two, they will remain just exactly the way they are. I will just simply swap out only the backend. So that's why I like using this architecture, right? I like using this architecture of doing this. So that means even if I had like the API in this side, so you can just go to this in the app. Okay, I know we might have already created the API for the auth things. So I'm just going to go ahead and create this another folder, for example, for vcodes, and show you an example of this, that this is really good. Normally you will start creating actually some files. So when you create the API for this, you need just also to work with types. Normally what you just have to do is create also in this in the types, you will create now vcodes.schema. So you can just say, come here and I say, for example, I'm just going to create codes.schema.ts, and this is why you add all the schema files that talks about this. And show you this, I'm just going to still open, let me just open this whole entire project actually. So I'm just going to go ahead and see that I have this. As I said, I was trying to build this in honor until I just have the second thought of changing it to Next.js. So what I'm just trying to say is, for example, I have an entire API for this. You can see the V codes, I have them here. So the good thing of building like that is that now I can just go ahead and get the schema file vcodes.schema. I can bring these files actually in here. So let me just actually delete this. Okay, just going to go ahead and just do this. I have now vcodes.schema, and this works pretty good whether so long as this backend is using TypeScript. You can see I have pretty everything here. The base schema, which we have the ID code is used and used at, and then we have the create verification schema, and then we have the verification code CTO, and then the verification code response. So basically I have this here. By the way, this code, if you just look how it's going to be generated, it's going to be generated in the format. You have the year, month, and date, and then we have a sequence number following that. Okay, that's how you're going to generate this verification code. So followed by, you can now go ahead and create the endpoints. Okay, in other words, this is how you create the endpoints in this. Now, what I would want to know is, if I was to create a Scala-based API in Next.js, is there anything that, because I would want to use like that documentation but in Next.js. So if we just said Next.js Scala, I don't know how I can set up this Scala docs. Next.js Scala, how would I just want to put that? So I don't know, setting up this Scala Next.js API reference. I don't know what this does. Like, how does this even operate? Read documentation here. Okay, so this is integration. This is Scala docs by integration with Next.js. Next.js enables you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. Scala enables you to create high-quality API reference that matches that. Integration, they're saying you can first go ahead and install this. Okay, that would be nice. So I'm just going to go in my Next.js. Make sure I'm in the right one, guys. I'm just going to install Scala in a wrong place. So I'm just going to go here and simply install. I don't know now. What is this? I'm just going to stop this here. And just going. Can I just copy this? Does this bash thing copy or what? Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and say pnpm install. So, okay, what next? Compatibility. This package is compatible with Next.js 15 and is unattested on Next.js 14. If you want guaranteed Next.js 14 support, please use version this of the package. So he said it is tested with 15, which we have actually. Are we having 15? Just confirm. You might just find we're not using Next.js 15, guys. Okay, just go down. Come on. Yep, next 15. Okay, this is the usage. So you have Open API Swagger file already. You can pass a URL to the plugin in the API route. Okay, why are they putting a link here? Just going to open that. So they have app references route.ts. So in the app, so they are creating this. This is not in the API, but this is just like in the references, or just have a static open API static. You can directly pass it as well. Okay, let me just first get this. Right up, and you can just like reference. I don't even know why I'm getting into this. Okay, I just want to give it a try, but if it just starts like wasting my time, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it. So we have the references, something I've never done. Like if I can integrate this in Next.js, I will feel a better man, you know, or a good person that has helped to do that. URL is Open API JSON. So how do I get this Open API JSON? So the Next.js handler takes our universal configuration object, read more about configuration in the core package. Themes, config. Where is the config? So you can just go here in the so far you can just go here and path in the theme just like that in this config like this. I think there is even another one. This is not typed. Anyways, yes, first go is purple, but the config already is complaining. Type strings disable type purple, default, alternate, solarized, blue, deep space, certain Kepler, Mars, and all this. So say property theme compatible type string is assignable type purple. This default, this blueprint, Kepler, fastfy, Mars. So like argument, I don't know what that means. Like, do we have suggestions as per this? There is no any suggestions here. Okay, let me first leave it at blue as maybe purple, whatever. Okay, then not the pages router. We don't want. Specify CDN version. Okay, they're saying by default this integration will use the latest version of the API reference. You can also pin the CDN, specify the version specifying the CDN, blah blah. You can use the available CDN here. We don't just need the guide. Create a new Next.js project, which is nice. Should it be jump to the folder and start the development? Okay. Now install the package, which I've done. Add new route, app route. So app references route, and we just add this. Oh, so now they have like this URL. What do we have on the URL? This is exactly the same thing we have so far yet, right? Like URL just like this, Galaxy open, and then okay, just going to leave the theme for now. Okay, then open localhost references. There you have, okay, so you can just like open this. Can I just open this? Are we having like localhost? Let's make sure everything is running. Okay, so what is surprising is this is in the app, not even in the API. So I don't know, like, do they expect okay, like if you just look at this, what is in this? Wait a second. Where are we? We are here. This is app reference route JS, and you say add new app route. Are you supposed to put just like in the API or just like this? because you see, like, they're not even just getting even this. Okay, let's keep rolling. But I believe if you just go to this right now, there is nothing. Let's also going to try, what if I just added it? What if I just added this in the API? Okay, just going to copy another thing I put in the API here. And if I just go now to localhost, which is this one, I will just simply duplicate this. And just going to go to API slash reference. And even just like API reference, this is not giving us anything, and as well as this one. Okay, I don't know what we are supposed to see this, because they say, like, if you open this and there it is, your new API reference. Really? Literally, we don't have anything. Pages route. That's it? What are you guys talking about? No way. Like, who does this? Like, which type of guide is this? Okay, so I'm just going to do is what I'm just going to do is, let's first do some other search. Next.js reference. Is this the same one that we have been using? Next.js, Scala Next.js here. So like, they are saying, like, if you have like a Swagger file, from where? This is exactly what they have. There is nothing more. There is no any example app, something we can just use. Next.js Scala, like GitHub. Like, there is no any someone who have implemented this. This is too bad. Anyways, I think this is going to be something I'm just going to do in my free time. Okay, because I believe here there is no any solution. What's this? Okay, this is Scala the CMS, not the one you're looking for. Okay, guys, I think in my own free time, I will just see how to configure this. We wrote edited integration. Where? Like the so the next handler takes our universal configuration object. Read more about this. I will just have to go ahead and research about that and see how we can add. But for now, I'm just going to simply migrate in my endpoint into here, since there is no Scala for now. Just going to go ahead and delete these folders, like delete this and also just delete this. There is no need of these two files right now. Okay, You can just even remove this package we added, so we just have like this pnpm. You can just say uninstall, right? I think should be able to remove that package. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and simply move on with the files. So in the marketplace right now, we brought these the types. What I would do is creating an endpoint. So to create an endpoint in the API, we simply write these v codes, and then I'm just going to say route.ts, just like this. Okay, and then we can just go ahead and how do I do that? Just going to go back to this, and now is the route. So if you just go to the routes here, you look at the ones that you have. So you can see there are many. We can start with list. So this one lists and gets you all the codes. This is a simple one. They get v codes, and you expect to return an array of this verification response, and that's it. And we return also the error object. We have two responses, the 200 and this, the 500. You'll just like return those easy one. So we can first look at this, the gate, and if you just go to the handlers, that is something you get here. So I'm just going to go, there is generate. So this is something I'm just going to use later. Create, verify code, request verification. We're just going to create all these ones. Let's start with this easy one, the list. Okay, so here, this list, I just simply going to get inside here. So I'm just going to go get this, and let's go here in the route. So you just say export async function get. Okay, so async function get. So since we are just using this, I'm just going to say try catch, isn't it? Like you have try catch, and then I'm just going to go ahead and paste this. Okay, so if you just look at how the Next.js now, how they want you to write the API, you can just go ahead and say Next.js 15 API. This documentation that was wrote, actually it was a blog. There is a blog that was written by who? By that time, I think Lee was still at Next. He wrote this. No. Okay, this is update of what they updated, but there is this blog building APIs, and you can see it was written by Lee. So if you just look at this, you see that they brought in the difference. You can see that you now write, you can just use request, the normal request, then you have the data, and then you return this like so. So you can just, this is how you return responses, right? So you can just go ahead and return this like this. So you have like new response, and then you can just get the codes. We can first get these Prisma. You just get Prisma. Did we use just like, what were we using in the actions? Oh, we haven't did with I think it's supposed to be DB, right? So if you just go in Prisma, we have DB. So okay, just go back here and I say DB. Okay, and then the verification code. Don't we have like let's see what happened here. Oh, this is working on localhost 3001. The API reference thing, maybe it was working. Oh my god, like I was running on npx prisma db push and npm dev. Did this even work? Let's just go ahead and make sure that we are in sync. Generated prisma client, and then we started the server. Okay, so right now I'm feeling curious about the thing we deleted. I'm just going to go ahead and say, what if I install this again, and then I just go ahead and copy this reference thing. So we have like this after installing this. So if you just look down here where they said the guide, you install the app. After this, you just create. So recommended is app router. You install the package and then you create this thing. And then they say that if you just go, that's it. Let's go ahead and see. You can just simply create the reference. So you just create this. I wonder how it is just the app. Make sure we're in the right place. So you can just create a new file like this, and just going to make this ts. For this time, even if it doesn't work, I will just leave it there. Maybe in the future I will start from there. Okay, so you have this reference, and you know, for them that say that is it. Let's first fix this one before just test anything. So response, this is going to be the codes. So you have db, you get all the codes, and then return this. Or you can actually return the 500. How do you return the 500? So if you just check in the blog, and if they ever actually handled like the error part, but basically what I would want to do in the other part is, apart from consoling the error, you can just return an empty array. So here you can just go ahead and just return an empty array, and code you can just say 500. We don't need any headers right now, but they're saying you can actually specify the headers you want to return. Right now we just want to return the status of 500 and an empty array of data. Okay, and you could also return an error in that case. I don't know, should you just like return an error if there is status of 500, or we can define that by ourselves. So like we have, this is an endpoint. We can just quickly go ahead and test this out. You can just quickly go to http, and then we can just simply just say that http. So you could just go to localhost. Of course, you can test this localhost 3000 localhost 3000 API, and you can say v codes, like, okay, not c codes, v codes. Why am I typing in C? Okay, so you can see we are looking at an empty array, and if you just go ahead and grab this and paste it here, you said we actually get an empty array like that. Okay. One more thing, we can also just return, I think, in the response, 200. I don't know if we just like return, like, you know, a nice error response of, you know, I don't know right now, but I just like first move with this one right now. We might just go ahead and modify. The most easy part is we have this working. So we can just say create all others. I'm just going to go ahead and create all the create, for example. So just go ahead and see how we can just run the create. So we just have this create code, which is also on the same route. So if you just go here on the routes, we have just done this list. There is the one of create. So you can see it is also on the v codes, and this is post. And if you just go back to the handlers, you just see that you have this create. So you can just simply go ahead and, you know, copy this part here, and you can just say return created. I'm just going to go back into this, and in here we just say get export async function, and this is going to be post. And I'm just going to put in a try catch this here. Okay, so after creating this, I'm just going to say db for now. Then we first get the last code, okay, and then we can just generate get verification code. So we're just going to use that function, which we have this function here of get the verification code. So I could just define this up here or in the utils, but I'm just going to add it up here. So basically that's how it works. And then down here we can just go ahead and say db dot verification, creates the code, and then it returns the created code. Okay, as simple as that. And then here you can see it is okay. So we can just do the same thing here in returning response. This is 201, so status is 201, and then stringify, and we are stringifying the created code, just like this. And now we can just remove this. Okay, then for this case, if there is any error, so we can just say if there is error. So if you just look at the, normally if you just look at this here, you always have like types of responses. So you can see right now I have only one response, but if you just go to the routes and you look at the create, you say I have two responses, whereby you can return the created object with 201 with everything, or you can return the conflict. You can also return 404. So we just need to always just get all these responses are all good, and you can see in this case you simply create an error and then you return that error object. And I think so basically here where we have the last code, this is the new code that has been generated. So you could just first go ahead and check this code, the new one that you have created, and just go ahead and check if this code already exists. So this example that you create, of course that's like not a scenario that you would want or something, but if we just went and here just say, for example, we get the existing code, so we could just say const existing code is equal to await, okay, db dot verification, there is verification and verification code, dot find unique. Okay, and then you just say where, and then you say code is equal to the new code, like this. So you don't want that. So if you say if existing code, then this is where we just give this response. So just go ahead and return, say here return new response, and then so we just need to create like an error. So here instead of just this, just going to return an error which says, like, for example, this code already exists, okay, and then this is going to be 409 the status. So you are returning the string of this error object, and I think this is exactly what we need to return if there is any other problem like in here. So status of 500, and we can just say something went wrong. Something went wrong, just like this. And then if it is just there, we just return this response like this. That's the purpose of the documentation of even documenting the API. So we can just also go ahead and test out. You can just go ahead and test out this. And really, for this one, you don't even need to run, because you can see you don't even receive the data. There is no request to this. There is no request data that you're going to send in here. You simply just get the last code, and if you check in this generate this one, it will just get the date and everything. And if it doesn't find any last code, it starts on 001. Okay, so if we just go ahead and hit this endpoint, for example, we just simply change this, and we change it to post, and then I just go ahead and hit this. So you can see here, it just goes ahead and tells you that it has generated the code here 001, and that's why we just say that there is no way you're going to create this, because this is going to be checking the code, and then to just always do that. So you can see is used false and used at null. So if I just send the second time, so this creates 002. Okay, request the same date 2025-09-24, but request the second code. So this is good. Then we can create other endpoints that we have seen there. So if you just look at other routes that we have in here, in the routes, we have the create, we have the list, then we have this the list of vendors, or the list shops. Like you can see there is shops, and then you can get all existing shops. We can also just do that where we just have /shops. And if you just go in the this, I don't know where do I have the list, the shops. Do I have that? Okay, they have this list of vendors, and you're getting all the vendors, and go ahead and return them. So which is just like simple as this. So we can just go ahead and API shops. Okay, API, you can say here, and you can say shops, and then inside here, I'm just going to have a route.ts, and then you can just go ahead and say export async function, and just going to call this get, and then you have like a try catch. And then you can just like add this here. So we just have this as DB, and then we have this as shop for our case, and you just going to go ahead and return. So here just going to say return. So I think we say return response. If I check in these other ones, we just say return response. I'm just going to go down here, return new response. Okay, and then JSON.string file, just going to here, return, so it's new response, and then this so you just like simply in the response you pass in two things, the data and the status. Okay, so you just come here and you just want to say you want to return JSON JSON.string file, just one two of the shops, and then you just want also to pass in the status, which is 200 in this case. Okay, and if we everything doesn't go right, you can just go ahead and console.log the error, and then we can just go ahead and return response. Now for this case we can just like return an error of something went wrong, and then we just return the status of 500. So there are no much things you're expecting to return here, just returning the shops. Okay, so if you go back in here, that's it. You have the you can list these the vendors, you can list the codes. Now we can also create another one, which is actually request verification. So you can request the verification. I can look at the routes, so list vendors. There is now request verification, which is on request verification. Like this is the one which the users are going to go ahead and request for verification. So I'm just going to go here, and you cannot put it in here. You have to be the name of the folder is the endpoint. So that means that you have to go here and just create a folder which is request verification, and then in here is just going to drop your route.ts, and then you can just go ahead and you can just like copy the post part here and just paste it here. And let's go here and look at this request verification handler. So request verification, this is the code of requesting a verification. If the shop exists, blah blah, just going to look at all those ones. So I'm just going to go here and get this, and inside here where we have this, I'm just going to first leave that one. We're just going to go ahead and do all these things inside. Okay, so in this case, let's go ahead and just look at these different things. You start getting by getting the data, okay, which in this case, if you're just getting the data from the request in Next.js, going back to this, you can see this in the request. You have the request, and then you just pass the body like this. Okay, so in other words, in the post, you can just get the request from request, and then you just get this just like this, the body. Okay, and then you can just go ahead and from this we could just call it data, I don't know, and then you just get the shop ID from that. Then you can say db like that. This is the shop, so you have the first get the shop because you want to request. So in this, whatever you send here, you just need to get the shop ID. And after getting the shop ID, okay, after getting the shop ID is where you go ahead and get the shop ID, and then we can first go ahead and get this shop. And after getting the shop, if there is no shop, we return a 404. So I'll just go ahead and say return, and you can just say new response. So you can say new response, and in here you pass in two things. We can pass in, the first one is json.stringify of this. So you can say json.stringify, and then you pass in the error, and then you can just also end up passing in the status here. Passing the status of 404, just like this. And if the shop is verified, so shop is already verified, this is also, we are giving it the same thing. Shop not found. I'm just going to go here. I don't know which code you can just like give this shop is already verified. I feel like this one's supposed to be given like conflict of 409, so just to give this one as 409. Check if the existing request, so you just want to go ahead and check if someone has already been sent a request, but has a request has already been made and is not yet replied. So you can just go here where shop ID is database, and if there is existing, we also create same thing like here. So you can just go here, and you want to say that the request already sent. So you can just come and do this, and you can just say request is already sent, request already sent, like that. Otherwise, we can just go ahead and create a new request and just db, and then you have the shop ID, shop name, and the shop owner, and you can see others, you get them from the user, and then these ones you're getting them from the shop, and then this one you get it from this here. And then when everything is good, you can just go ahead and return. So you could just go ahead and return new response, and then you can just simply say json.stringify, and you're stringifying this, and then this is going to be status, and this is going to be 2 or 1. Of course, you can just remove this. Okay. Yep. So basically, that's why you have with this request. This is the one we are requesting for verification. So far, I think that is done. Let's see if there is another API endpoint that we can just add on. So we have added this. There is one that actually to verify the code. So you can see this verify the code. So when you add in your code and you want to go ahead and verify this code, so you can see verify shop by code. I'm just also going to go ahead and create this verify code. So you can just go ahead and create this in the API. You can just go ahead and create verify code just like this, and then you can just go ahead and create the route.ts, and now you're just going to have verify code. So let's go ahead and create this verify code. Okay, where is it? Verify code. So go to the handlers and let's go to verify code. So it is here, and you also going to get the data and existing code check blah blah. Okay, so there's a lot of checks also here. So I'm just going to go copy this. Just going to say export async function is going to be post, so definitely this is going to async function. I'm just going to do a try catch. I'm just going to do this here. So the first thing is that you're going to get the request, okay, and then is of type request, and in here you can just say const data is going to be await request dot JSON. As simple as this. They have made the web, you know, they are just like following the web standards, so like you can see like this is really cool. Okay, so we have this wait request, check if the code exists, so just going to use this here. So what does this do? This endpoint is for verifying if that code you're trying to use on that shop actually is a valid code. So we check if the code exists by getting this code you sent, and if the existing code, so you can just come here, you see okay, so if there is no existing code, then I'm just going to come here and say return so new response. And of course, I'm just, as I said before, just going to say JSON.stringify, and I'm just going to stringify this. And then here, I'm just going to say status, and just going to say for 04, just like that. Check if the code is used. So after getting this, we can also just say code is used. And we can just also return the status. So here just going to say status. So first of all, let's first say like return new response, new response. And just going to say here JSON dot stringify. And here we have the status of, I don't know, for the 3. Is that like forbidden or what? Okay, so check if the code, so here, if the existing code is equal data dot code, the one that you sent is equal to the one we retrieved, then we just go ahead and update. So I'm just going to say here db. So you can first update that this is now used at this time. Okay, and then now finally we just go ahead and update also the shop. So db dot shop. Okay, we just want to update the verification code that you used for verifying, and we also set this to is verified. Okay, so I guess at this point you could also update the user. Okay, so if you wanted at this point, we could also go ahead and update that, because I don't know if we can just get onto the shop that we have. Anyway, we just have this shop here, so we could just come and say await user. Okay, await db dot user dot update. And what we would want update is, you could start with where. Okay, where user where id is equal to user, sorry, is equal to shop dot user id, like this. And then you also pass in the data of what we want to do. So this like is shop, is like, what's like, was it is like, is shop verified or like physical something. Okay, let me just look into the schema here. On the user, there is something we added here. So we added is phone verified, is email verified, and there is verified. Okay, I think like this is like the normal. Maybe it was just like meaning like is physically verified, because like this by default we are setting it true. Where are we having this vendor profile? Okay, this is not the one that I'm looking for. I'm most likely to actually update a wrong thing. You just got our own schema. We have the shop here, and we also have the user. So you can see this as email verified, phone verified, and physical verified, and the default is false. So this is what I wanted to update, like update this physical verified, because if after we have verified that, we can just update now this physical verified to actually true. Okay, just like this. Okay, so you can just like also do that, and if everything is done right, we return we can just return we can just say here return new response, and then we can just return JSON of this. So whatever you return in this here, they return the shop. You could just go ahead and return the whole entire shop, or you can just return the shop ID. And then we can just return this status. This is 20201 or 20, because this was like verify, supposed to bring to 100. Like, okay, if there is any errors, we can just return. I'm just going to say new response, and you can start with JSON dot stringify, and that's going to bring back the error of something went wrong. And the status of 500. Okay, so then okay, so I think I have now all the endpoint, the create list, list vendors, verify code, and then request verification. So I have all those now. Okay, all these endpoints, I have all of them. Okay, have all of these ones, and you can just go ahead and call them direct if you're using like React query or something. Okay, so now what do I want to do next? Okay, we could just first go ahead and create some UI, more especially for the codes. Like when you just go here and you click on V codes, we just show like those generated codes, and you can also generate some codes from there. Okay. So how do I do that? So there are so many ways that we can do that. I'm just going to go ahead and so this was the API, but it is also the web part of things. So if you just go to in this other app, I'm sorry if I'm just like having showing you some already coded. So on the dashboard, I have this page which has like the page. As you look at this is a verification code listing, and in the components you have like the these ones are not really necessary. These two, the ones that I need is this verification, like this table loading, and then the actual code. So if you just look in this listing and you just try to look up here, okay, is using this use verification hook, and this is how we are going to fetch the data. So instead, I'm just going to also just adopt the same things. So I'm just going to first remove these these two files. I just want to copy these codes. I don't know, we just code ours like verification code. You could just go ahead and copy these two files, and I will just of course go through them. I'm just going to go back to this side where we have the protected. This is where we have our dashboard, and so we had them as V codes. That's why I'm just going to go ahead and add this one. So inside the V codes right now we don't have anything, just like creating two files. First one is creating this. Let me first go ahead and remove this here, and even remove suspense. So basically I have this verification code listing. It takes in the title and subtitle. So you can just like go ahead and create that as the page. So you can see you have the verification code, and this comes from these components here. You can see dot components, which means this component that we have here. So we have two components. One is the form, another one is the code listing. Let's start with the complex one. So the complex one requires us to have the XS package and the date FNS package. Then if you just go down here, you also need data table, and you also need this. Okay, these are the ones I'm just going to get them. Never mind. We'll just walk through them. Let's start with this XLS package. I'm just going to go ahead and install the XLS package. Here, npm install XLS. This is the one that is responsible for exporting and importing Excel files. Then we have the date FNS function that is responsible for manipulating the dates. Now I'm just going to first put in the now this data table you are seeing here is, I think, custom created, so we're going to create that. Then even this data table error is also, and then we have these ones. Okay, so basically we just want to go to see on this data table, right? So if you just go back this side, and by the way, this code that I'm using in this project is what we built in this series. So if you have that code, you might actually be having that code. So this is in a YouTube. I'm just going to go to my wherever. I'm just going to go to where we have this other e-commerce, this other one, this one, the cross-platform e-commerce. So this cross-platform e-commerce is the one that what I built in that. So this cross-platform e-commerce is the one that has this solution. So you can just go ahead and just get the one from the code from that. If you click, I believe if you click on this video here, that should be like the live version, API docs, and the source code. So you know, there is source code, and then there is even the live documentation. But nevertheless, we can just go together step by step, and you see it. So if you just go back to these the components, most will say here, let me scroll up, and you have this UI table component. Okay, so if you just look in this, there is a folder called data table, and it has a lot of files. Okay, it has a lot of files here. I don't know if I should just get the ones I want, or if I should just get all of them right now. I'm just going to get the ones that we need. So if you just go back, for example, we just need the type, the table, and the table loading is what we are using in this one. But I'm just going to go and get this UI data table. So it is this index, I guess, and this index has almost everything. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this data table. Okay, and let me just go down here, add marketplace, components. Then in the components we have the UI, and then we're just going to add this data table. Let's start with the index, and then as we have the filter bar, table actions, NT form, and others. You can just quickly just browse through to look at the things to install. For example, in this one, PNPM, just going to say PNPM DLX shad CN latest add alert dialog, just like this, alert. Okay, the dialog alert dialog, just like that. Okay, let me just look in some other places to see if there is something else I need to add. In data table here, we already have the table, but I just need to add pagination. So you see, so you can just add pagination. We have the cards and nice stuff here. Then in the date filter, we still need this date FNS. Then we have the pop over. Okay, then there is calendar. So there is calendar. Okay, the spelling of the word calendar. And then there is this React date picker. So if I add these ones for now, let's first see the entity form. If there is anything else we need to add, we already have also the dialog. So there is dialog itself. We already have the form. So I'm just going to first add in those ones. They will add in some other bunch of things altogether. Okay. Okay, so let it first go ahead and install the dependencies, and then I'm not going to replace the button. Okay, so if you just look at these, you can see like now we don't need to put like things like date FNS. It has also installed, so you don't need to worry about that. But I just like go through, make sure like we have all the things installed. Okay. Seems like everything right now is installed, and you can just go back to this here, and what is remaining is this use verification codes. So if you just go back to use verification codes, I'm just going to go back to use verification codes here. So I'm just going to go to the hooks. So in the hooks, you can see we have these use verification codes. So I'm just going to copy these files, and I just go ahead and put it in the hooks. So if you just go in the hooks, so down here we have hooks, and we just have few hooks. So the first thing you can see here, we have this turn stack query. So just going to use React query for our API. So I'm just going to go ahead and use install turn stack React query. So I'm just going to say here, you can say npm install, and you can just add a turn stack. You can see other things when you're just going to install React query. So you can just go ahead and just say a turn stack React query, and there is installation here. Where can I get it? Turn stack query docs. So you can just click on installation, and you're just going to install this, and high chances are you might just need also to install some other things like dev tools. I don't know if just like if you don't need the dev tools, you can leave them, but you can also just add the dev tools. So you can just like add here, since we haven't added this. Okay, do we need the dev tools? I don't know. Let me just first leave it out for now. So if you look at this, it is very easy to set up. You create the providers here. That's how I just normally do it. And in this is why you create the React. You can also specify some other things that you want. So you can see I have also the dev tools here. So I'm just going to go ahead and add the dev tools, even when I was hesitant to add it. Just going to go ahead and add the dev tools. And now this becomes very easy, because you simply now need to create the providers, and you create the client, the React query client provider, where you have now all this here. So I'm just going to go ahead and add that. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and add this folder here for providers. And it has, let me first remove this. So in the React query provider, we have everything, okay, like this. And then after that, we can use this in our root, the root layout. So if you just go in the root layout, so if you just go to the the root layout, so in the app layout, you see that we have the query provider actually just outside here. Okay, so that's the same thing you just need to do. go ahead and you add the query provider in this. So if we just go to our root layout, which is here, you need to confirm that this is the root layout. Okay, then we just cut this and just going to go ahead and just say root layout, just not root layout, sorry, the query provider, just like this. Okay, that's it. So now the React query can start operating nicely. So let's just go ahead. If you just remember now, we just created all this in order for the use verification. So this here in the use verification, so that it can just work. So the easiest way is just go back to the to this use verification in the hooks, and then look at the errors you have. So if you just look at this, there is here we are actually calling the actual API from this, have the API client which has get the verification codes, and also has this is also a new way of communicating with your APIs. So you can see I have this API client, and this API client, these hooks are using this API client. So we can just also use this method here without actually bypassing the other side. Still, this is good swap out if you want. So you can see like have the API client get verification codes, and this is making a request to API codes, and it is just going to save it and to return this here. You can just go ahead and capture all these errors in here and pass them down. But right now we just have this use verification just like that. So if I just go, there is one more that is remaining, which is the verification form. So if I just go back to the protected dashboard, vCodes components, we have the second one, which is actually this one. So we can just look at the ones we want. So you can see this is getting primary color from, for some reason, config colors. Where are we using this? So this is using BG, like the primary color. I'm just going to go ahead and I don't know, like do we have like BG like primary? I don't know. I really don't like these prefixes. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. Just say BG primary, and even here BG primary 80. And then we have is loading, and let me first finish with the colors. So here it turns out it is on the BG primary thing, so you can just like just do add BG primary, and then we have also is loading. Okay, so this the button, I have the button component is somehow edited. It has also considers if you have is loading. So this is also a good thing. We can modify our button to handle like scenarios like is it loading and other things, or even stuff. Just going to go ahead and do this. We could just get this button from here. If you just go to components and you check on the button, so here UI, and you just go to the button, you see that this button actually checks even the links. So if you pass in the link, then it does take in the link. I'm just going to go ahead, copy this button, everything you need, and let's go ahead to our button. And let's go ahead and replace with this one. Okay, shouldn't have any problems now. So basically now we have everything working or looking great. So where do we have this page? This is going to be, I think, a pop-up. Let's just say columns, and so you can see handle new, it opens this open model pop-up. And if you just come here, we have the verification form, which is here and takes in this model. So let's go ahead and see actually if this works, because we have the v codes. We should be able to see the page with our two codes. If I go back to localhost and I click on v codes, let's wait and see. Oh, actually, we have to define one thing. No query client set, use query client provide set one. Okay. Something is not right with our query client, but also if you go back to the hooks in this use verification, you're going to see that we have this next public API URL. Okay, so we have to set this next public API URL. Okay, and this is going to, of course, going to be like our API URL, which is actually localhost 3000. And then if you look at how they are using it, is API then v code. So this is localhost 3000. So I'm just going to go to the env, and I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this here. Okay, just like that. And then here we have this next public API URL. Then for the query client, maybe we just need to restart the server or something. Let me just go ahead and try to restart the server. Okay, let's just go ahead and now see if we still have the same problem. Okay, just wait and see. I don't know what is this white screen. Just want to know what's going on. So the loading works, and then when it comes to the display, then what is the problem? I'm just also going to create, I think we need to create an error page. Let me just check here if I have any error page here. I already just want an easy error page. Okay, so I'm just going to go in here in the app. Let's add an error page so that if there is any errors we see it. And something is not right. Let's first check here. Is this due to our provider? I'm just going to go to query, because the things we added here was this. Maybe I just wrap this around only the children. Let me just say query, let's say query provider, just like this. I'm just going to remove it from outside. And if I just go inside the query provider, this is use client, and query provider takes in children. So I don't know if we just like need to complicate it like this. You could just create a simple one and pass in here. The query provider doesn't look to have any problems. Okay. If you just also check in here, the this doesn't look to have any problem, like to fetch API v codes, and then in the v codes we have this v code listing, which is coming from that side here. Of course, this one should be use client. That one we all know. And all these other ones, I'm very sure they I just want to go ahead and console log something and I see what's going on. So in the listing, I'm just going to go ahead and try to console log just going to try to put these verification codes. So right now it has successful hydration. Then after this you can see them here. So, okay, so finally we have them here. We have them here. We have verification codes, 2 of them. You can see this, and even the date created. Okay. I don't know why they have this. I think, let me just check them. If you check the columns down here, I think they're using like the font mono. I'm just going, don't want the font mono. You could just like remove that, and then they display like normally, just like that. So you have the code, and then we have this. We can also change that the ones that the newly ones, you can see the newly ones come on top, which I don't want, I think. Yeah, they just like leave the newly ones, because someone after creating it is not going to look for it. I just want to see it here, which is having like terrible pop-up model. So the best thing is actually to go ahead and remove everything that has things like primary color and other things. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove every time you see text white. Okay, text white, BG primary, like that, like it's not a good thing. Just look at this, for example. So you can see BG primary is black. So now text white, I think, applies, or text muted, I don't know. So what about if I just remove all this BG blah blah, and it just takes in normal things? I don't want to have any extra colors, like even these buttons, just like this, even maybe font symbol, text center, LG. I don't want this BG something. Remove text gray, remove. I'm just going to go ahead here. Okay. Let's go up. Let's go back and see this. So you can see like this is the normal one with the normal colors. So you have this generate code pop-up. So if you just click on generate, okay, so you can see code verification code generated, and they give you ability to generate a new. So this is the new verification code that you can actually copy on the clipboard and send it on WhatsApp to that client you're working on. You can cross, or you could generate a new code. Okay, like you can just go ahead and generate a new code, and you keep on like, which is cool. So we have now for codes. I think we should also be able, I don't know, delete the code. We could add the delete route while we delete the code. So what you would do is you would add it. Actually, would add like two buttons here. The button to delete and the button to copy the code again, because if you have already crossed the code and you did not use it, you still need like here to copy it instead of manually copying it. So I'm just going to create two things, one for copying and another one again for generating the deleting the code. So if I just go to let me just go to you can just go here. So here we have these actions, like you have on add, and then you have on export. If you check other actions we also have on delete. Okay, we have on delete and even on edit. The codes won't be editable, but they can be deleted. So we can just say on delete. We can just try to get how the delete thing works. I'm just going to go here. Let me look at another table here where we have like the delete. That would be more easier for me. So if I just go to let's just take an example of categories. So if you just go to page, you also have the same things, and you can see like this one has delete and confirm delete. So you can just first copy these two, text in delete and handle delete. So I could just come here and where we have handle export, let me add these two here. So one thing you have to do is the mutation. This is in a second, but you have like handle delete, which in this case is going to take in the whole entire code. Okay. Which is going to be verification code. Set delete item to code. Now we have to create this, I think, delete the delete. Okay, so that one has been there. So we now have this mutation. So you can just go ahead and create that this delete mutation. So you can just use this delete. So you can just copy this. Let's go back to our use verification, and then down here we can add delete. So since we are using the API client, you can see this one takes in this and is calling this here. We already have the one for mutation, so you can just look at how we did this. How we take the data, and then a query function is API client.create. So I'm just going to go here. While you have like this, you can also just say delete. So async, this I think is going to take in an ID, which is going to be a string, and then you're just going to say API v codes. I think in this point, depending on how you want to run this, The easiest one would be passing it as a param like this. Okay, this would be the easiest one. Like, you create this and then you pass in the ID, this, yeah, you pass it in here, and then the method here we just do delete. Okay, and then if it is no response, and then return this. Like, this is what you'd want to do. Okay, and then down here, okay, so you want to call API client dot delete code and pass in the pass in this, and on success you want to invalidate queries. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. And then on error, you could also go ahead and toast, and then your like description fail to delete like code, just like that. And in this here, we could just create the we can just go ahead and create this delete mutation, which you can just come here and I say const you could just say use delete. Okay, I guess I didn't code it the action name. This is use delete verification code. Okay, use verification code. So if you just come back here, this is going to be use delete verification code, and this is going to be code deleted. This is going to be code okay, and then if you go to the table here, you will see on delete I don't know if I have a different one. Like, is why we have the table actions, and on delete let me first get this. Let me first go back to this table. This one looks like different. No actions for verification codes. I'm just going to go and I see if I add these render actions. Okay, so if you do that, then you just have like the delete. Okay. So I guess I could just get these off, and I just try oh, so wait, if you just click on this and I use it, there is where we have access query status, and we have the badge. Okay, and can we just like add here, and if we can just use the ID. Just want to say flex. I just want to add the button. So I just want like to add, for example, the first one to be the copy. And then the second one is going to be like the trash. I just want to say, let's say on delete. Okay. I just want to add on click to be actually handle. Okay, I just want to do this. Let's add the gap. So if I click on this, for now it doesn't do anything actually. If you click on this, say delete, and open the dialog. Okay. So if I just click this and delete, and it opens the dialog. I don't know, there is some other part that is missing of the actual delete dialog component, so let me just go and get it. So there is this confirm dialog actually, which is now below the table. So we have like the table, and then we have also the dialog. This is going to be code. I'm just going to just open the dialog. Now the dialog was not there, so I'm just going to do is again clicking. So if you click, actually this opens it. Okay, then it will just like run the delete mutation. So let's go ahead and create that. I don't know. Okay, this is something. And just go ahead and create that mutation. So basically is going to the API side, and you go to where we have the V codes, and then you can just create the ID like this, and then inside you can create route.ts, and then you can just get any of these route. So this is going to be like a delete route. So if you just go back the documentation here, I don't know how does a delete route look like. Okay, so you can see that the delete takes in actually a request and the param, so you can just have something like this. So this takes in a request. Here I'm seeing what is this? Okay, so this takes in the request, which is the next request, and then you just get the ID as in the page. So you can just go ahead and just get this ID like that. And basically what we just want to check is, maybe you could just check like existing code if you wanted. Like basically go here in this here, like ID. Remember here, I'm not just checking the code, but the ID is equal to ID, and if there is no existing code, if code does not exist, then you can just say this is 4 or 4. This code does not exist. And then if everything is good, then you just go ahead and delete the code. So the code, delete, and in the delete we just need only where ID. Okay, let's make sure this. So where ID is ID, and then you could return here now, and then 200. Okay, so we can just go ahead and remove get this next request. So now that this is there, we can just go ahead and try it out. Let's reload the page. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, the order of React hooks. So go back to the listing. It has something to do with how you specify in here. Handle confirm. You just going to put this up. So you have this, then you have also that there, then you have, so you don't have to have the hooks below these loading states. Okay, let me just see. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and delete. I'm deleting a number. Let's delete number 1 or number 4 actually. So let's delete. Okay, so you can see number 4 has been deleted, so you can just go ahead and leave only number 1, and even this. Okay, I'm not sure if that is the actual delete. Yeah. Okay, so the delete now also works. Let's fix these buttons to look much better, I think. Okay, so we basically have the columns. So I'm just going to go to these columns here. One, just change the variant. So you can see here, we can just change this variant to ghost or outline, any of the two. Even this one, we can just say variant. And then they have also the size. So you can check this to be icon, since we are using the icon buttons. So I just want to make this icon. I'm just going to say class name. For this, I'm just going to give it a text rate of 500. Let's also give it size of 4, I think. Now, for the copy code, I'm also going to give this a class name. Not this. This one, I'm just going to give it a class name. Let's also give it a size of 4. Now for the text, I actually just want the icon to keep like this. Alright, now when someone clicks and copies the code, we just need to add that functionality for adding or copying the code. Since we already have that functionality working this side, I'm just going to start by getting this here. I will just have this here, state. The another state is now handle copy. So if you just So in this case, you can see there is generated code here. Well, I'll just simply pass in the code. So I'm just going to say handle copy. I'll bring this here. So handle copy is going to take in the code, which is the verification code, and we're just going to say if code. So here we are just going to use okay, I think this is going to be generated code. Okay, and now we can just say here the copy is just like that. And now you can call this on click. Okay, so where we have these the columns, so we're just going to now code it like this, and we'll just pass in the code. Now similarly on the copied, I'm just going to check with this. Then with the text, we don't need the text since we are just using only the buttons. So we can just also make this. Just to be text green 600. So when you just come in and you copy the code, it just does that. And you can just copy paste the code. Okay, so basically this is now working fine. Okay, so these two functionalities are really working, and that's what we need. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this final part which we have on these. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and remove that part, and then we just have it like this. Okay, so with that we are done with this. Maybe the table is huge, we can just go ahead to the page and you can just give it a container max width of, you could just say 5xl mx auto, just like this. Okay, so I think this looks much better. So finally, before we leave this part, so you see that we can't just go ahead and hit this endpoint. So we just know if I go ahead this endpoint here, it's going to go ahead and create. So we don't want these people who are outside to actually access our endpoint. So we can't just protect this API. So most of all our APIs, we need to go ahead and protect them. And there are so many ways to protect an API. Okay, so the easy one would be, for example, if you just go here, this is the V codes. So the easy one would be if you just went to here to create here. You just go ahead and get the user. So you could just say const user is equal to await get auth user, just like this. And if there is no user, user, then you could just go ahead and return a nice error the way we returned here. And you can just go ahead and say, for example, 403, and you say maybe just say maybe authentication required, just like this. Okay, just get the user. So if you just go to this and then you send this, so you could just say you say get like the 403 forbidden. So you can say we have this. So the question would be is how do we protect then a get endpoint? Because this is understandable that the person who should just create should be authenticated. Now if I just go here and I just generate the code, this one should work because this is an authenticated user, right? But then if we are talking about the get request, how do we protect a get request? Because on the UI we need to fetch. Okay, so the easiest way I always find is to create the API, to create API key. Okay, is to go ahead and create API key. So with the API key, then that would be really easy to manage that. Like you protect your API key and or anything. So we can just go here. Okay, we can just go in here, and since this is going to be dynamic, you might just not need to actually do this. So I'm just going to go ahead. You could just go ahead and create a secret key. So I'm just going to come here and just say API key, just like this, and I can generate. If I remember the other thing of generating, it is going to be open SSL. Okay, negative base 64, and then you just say 32. It is open SS. Okay, I think I just know. So it is open SSL, and then you say run like this. Okay, so we can just go ahead and just add this as our API key. So we generate any random thing, and then we use this API key in our API. So we can just go here in our API, and in our API we just go here. So how do we make we make sure that all the requests are using that API key? I don't know how I would because this would be would check this at the, I think, at the back end. Would check that API key at the in here. So let me just go here, for example, up here. I just say const API key is equal to process dot env dot API key. Okay, so, and you can just say by default. So you could just say by default is this. So similarly, the way we have done it, so we can just use it as if the API key is not there, or we could we don't want to send it from the front end, but since this is just an internal app, so we simply come here and say if no API key, then by the, I don't know, the not authorized is which code. Let me just say search for the code for not authorized. Okay, it is 401. Here, so you can just say if there is no API key, okay, just say 401, and just say wrong API. Okay, just going to say invalid API key. Okay. Okay, here you can just say API key is required. Maybe here API key is required, and we can also just say if so at some point I think you're supposed to we are supposed to give that API key also on the front. How do we use that API key? Okay, we're just going to have I think the the API key and the API key secret, because let me just say that. So if this is API key, maybe just going to call this secret API key. Okay. And then just also going to have the API key just like this, because next I just going to have this as also like, I think, next public API key. I'm not sure if in the hooks you can access the key. If I just leave it like this, I don't know if in the hooks we can. So like if you just go in the hooks here, where we are making like this, where we have our API client here. Okay, where we have our API client, I don't know if we can just go ahead and pass in the headers, and we pass in the X API key. I don't know if we can access it at the server like securely, I think. From here, I'm just going to make a research about that. So let me just first, actually, for now, leave it at this point. Okay, like we can just only first get these for the post. I'm just going to leave it like this, and for we're just going also just to leave like if there is no API key set. And then we have to have the comparison of this API key, because here this checks if the API key is there, but doesn't check if the API key is equal to something. Okay, we have to get the intended API key. For now, I'm just going to simply first leave the authentication, this protection. We're going to create its own episode for protecting the API. For now, let me just first leave it like that. Okay, so let's go ahead to other tables. I just need to create the categories, subcategories, and or even others. I would like the users. We still have other things. Let me just go to the app here, app sidebar. So we will have to have this where we have the admins. I would just want to get also like the shops, like you could just call them like vendor shops, and it's going to say shops. And then this is also the admin, and then you can also view the we have the products, their requests. So we can also just say click here where you have like the requests. So these ones are going to be requests. Okay. So we can just like do another one which doesn't require a lot of, a lot of thinking. Like we can look at all the users, and then we can look at the all admins. So I'm just going to go back to this side, and we just have the one for users. So I will just go ahead and copy the page and the components just like this. And let's go back to here. So under the protected, inside protected here, you can just go ahead and create users. Okay, then we have the user listing. So we can also get the types. I'm just going to first go to the use users. So yeah. So I'm just going to go get this here, use users, and I'm just going to go to hooks. And we have this use users. So I would want to actually have the same principle. Instead of just having this get users, I would just want to have the other way we did. So I'm just going to go ahead and create the API client. So in this, you have the API client, and you can just like go ahead and add it here. You can add all the functions that we need. So if you look at it here, is we only have the one for get users. So you can just simply go to this and go and say get users like this. We just copy this, and if I go back to use here, I can go to the API client, and I will just add it here. First of all, I will just say get users. Okay. I will say get users is an async. So here, so it's going to be an async function. Okay. You can just get the user. There are so many users. I'm just going to go here and click on this. And here just going to say I will just use the same here, and here we'll have this. For here, just going to say throw new error. I'm just going to go here and let's get the API URL. And then we can just like remove all others. Okay, so we have this. We have created the API of get users, so you can just come here and you say API client dot get users. Okay, so here's going to be promise, and then we're just going to get API, and then here's going to be users. Fetch users. Okay, so we can just look at this. User is very brief. I'm just going to first remove him from better-auth. Instead, just going to use the one from the one we have from Prisma client, or the one we have in auth, but I'm just going to use the one of Prisma client for now. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this endpoint. So you can just go ahead and duplicate this. Let's name this to users. And let's stop this and let's start again. So in here, we just simply need to get the okay, db.user, and then you're just going to go ahead and get the users. Okay, so if you just go back in here, I'm not sure what hook I created. We have use users. Let me just go ahead and import these types. Now we could just have the types from our user.schema because we actually have it here. So we have this user base schema which has everything. So we can just actually export one thing here. Okay, so we can just use this one even in the API. So here we can use users. Can get this user from our type schema. I want to use that in this hooks. Okay, so now we have a lot of errors because of in here. Okay, so we have here we have this first name. Okay, and here you can just say user, and then we have the image, and then you're just going to have like first name and last name. Then this is going to be the first name. Okay, just going to say last name. Okay, we have two errors now. Name is going to be, so you can just simply concatenate the first name. So here you can just say first name, okay. So it seems like everything is good here. I'm not sure if you click on our users, if we can see the users. This must be compiling, yes. Okay, so for this one, which has no like the image, so you can see that we have the two users. One of there is this flickering going on. I'm just going to go ahead and see. You can just get this default avatar. Which I'm just going to go and check in the public. Okay, so you can see I have the public these two images. Okay. Which is great. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove the normal users. So here, I'm just going to go to the users here. And first of all, I'll just say where. And I'm just going to say where role is equal to user. So basically this want to get only the users. So we'll have we'll duplicate the same for the I'll duplicate the same for the admin users and others. So I'm just going to go here. I'm just going to create another one, which is going to be admins. And then others will be vendors. Just going to create also another one, which is vendors. Okay, so let's go ahead and populate those ones. I'm just going to go to admins. So this will just also get the users whose role are admin. So we can just say, I don't know if we can just say let me just see if you want to do an or. Actually, I always forget how do you do an or statement? So if I just say I say, and I want to add the or role is equal assistant admin. How do you add the or? Okay, so where, and in the or, then you specify the array. Something here I always write but I don't know. So it means just you have to come here and you say where, and then you specify or, and or takes in an array. So you can just say role equal admin and role equal assistant admin, just like this. Okay, which is nice. So those are admins. So in the similar way, you can just go ahead the way we have this, I can just go ahead and create a new folder called admins, and then I can just go here, get these two things, the page and the components. Okay, I'm just going to say admin. Okay, admin users, and I'm just going to go to where we have these users. I'm just going to say here use admin users. Here's going to be use admins, and I could just simply go ahead and duplicate the same function which says like get admins, and then here I'm just going to say admins. Okay, then here we can just say that we can just rename this to, maybe just going to leave it as users. Okay, so if you just go to this, you can just say use admins, and everything remains the same. So if we go back to here, now since I'm just going to use, we are using this if it is loading to show the table loading. In these where we have the use users, instead of using suspense, I'm just going to say use query. The same thing to this, can you say use query. Now if you use suspense query, you're supposed to actually apply the suspense at let me first go also here. I don't know why it is not showing the image. So you can see now the table loading is showing because we're using the use query. We'll also make these ones work like that. We can also just add the role. So we can just add the role. Let me see where we can add this. And we can just also go to the tables at the container, max width of 5XL, MX auto. I'm just going to add also on the normal users here on the page. And okay, so we have the users, now we have the admins. So we can also go ahead and fetch the vendors. So for the vendors, we want to get like the name of the vendor. I don't know, here we just have having like a repetition. We have already a name, and this we might just go ahead and also just like remove this. I don't know. We just need to find something like here. Most say for admin users here, we just need to have some things like to modify the role, even the users, because how these normal users are going to become. So like a person becomes a user, and then you can just come here and modify their role. Okay, like you just go ahead and modify their role, since you have access to the ID and the whole entire of the user. Okay, so maybe I could just like modify that before we go very far. So we can just go to the dashboard listing. Okay, I don't know if we should able to delete the user. I'm not sure about that. So if you just scroll down to edit, so you can see like we have this handle edit, which is just like consoling the user. So what I would want is, can we just get like a pop-up model which allows us to select the role, and then we just go ahead. So I'm just going to copy I think this, and then let me just take it to this here. I'm just going to say you want to okay, just going to say I have this user listing. I want to add the bt to change the user role. So because right now we don't want the admin or anyone to update the user information, so just going to say on handle edit, I want to create a model pop-up where a user can select or can assign a user a new role. So basically so when you submit, I want to call a mutation of use update, update role, hook or something. That passes in the ID and the new role. Okay, let's first see what this is going to try to do, and let me just create in the use I'm just going to go ahead and create. So let's go here to use user. So we can just get another thing for mutation. So that is why we have like this use create. So I'm just going to go here and do this. So just going to say use update user role, and then just going to get the we're just going to get the data. So we're just going to go here where we have the API client. We just create another one, which is going to be now update user role. So basically this should be taking in some it should take in the ID, okay, and the role. Okay, and then we need to go ahead and so make the response here API okay, then have like method, just going to have the method which is going to be like update, and then other things like headers, okay, I'm just going to also give it this to create that hook. That's the problem with this. I did not want, I just only wanted this here. Okay, so you can see it has added in the neural column, which is okay. And then okay, let's just first look at this. I'm just going to go here, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so there is this user model role. Okay, I don't know if it is this one, user role model. So I'm just going to go in the components. I'll just create the user model.tsx. Okay, so then we have the hooks, update, use update role. Okay, the user roles, the values, just going to say here we have admin, we have user, we have vendor, then you have also the user, the assistant admin. This is admin user, and we have the vendor, and then assistant admin. Okay, so the user, we have already seen the user. So now what we need is this use update hook. So I think this is the use update hook that we have here. Okay, so if you look at it here, we have this, we have the users ID and then role. Okay. Here we'll pass in method patch. Yeah, the method is patch. So here we are sending the only the new role ID and the new role. So it's going to be API users ID role. or you can just say even role then ID, whichever way it will work. The only thing I'm just going to say here, add in the API I'm just going to go here and I add these ones here. I'm just going to remove also this one. So basically we have the some error, I'm not sure where. But for some reason in the API client, okay, so we have this update role. Okay. I don't know the invite date here. So we have the users, get admins, and then here we have the users. I know the query key here. So for the admins, I think I should change the query keys. So here, for example, just going to use the users, and then for the admins, let's use admins. So that here in invalidating the queries, it is okay. So you can see it is invalidating the admins and invalidating the users. Okay. I think I should just now create API users, then ID role. Now you can just go ahead and first create this. So we have users ID, and then inside here we can just say role route.ts, and we can just like take this delete, and we can just call this patch, and we can just get the request. So here we can just get the ID. We can also get the data const. Data is await request.json, like this. I don't know if I just use request of just like request like this, if it works. And after you have gotten the existing, so here we just need to go ahead and update it. Await first of all, this is going to be user. So this is user. Okay, so it's going to be existing user. Existing user, the user, this user does not exist. So now we can just go ahead and say wait user dot update where ID, and then you can pass in data, and then you can just say role, which is equal to data dot role. Okay, now we can just go ahead and return const updated user. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and stringify this. Okay, we can just say create an object here. I'm just going to say ID, which is updated user.id, and then also the role, which is updated user.role. Okay, so I'm just going to go back in here. Okay, if you just look at here 02 but got to okay. I'm just going to go ahead and import this model. The model has two problems, but let's go ahead and try to test this out. Okay, so you can see this is under users. How about admins? It cannot be the same person. You must have changed something. So if you just go to this, for example, the admins, let me just go up here. Here I'm using use admins. API admins. So if you just go in the API admins, and in the normal users, we're getting role is equal to user. So I think it must be something to do with cache. Okay, because now this is the cache is is using the same. Let me just go here and see what we have in the cache. So here we're using query key users. Okay, I'm just going to change this one to admins. And here the query key is admins. I don't know why it is having the same query. So under users, I suppose is use users, and then this. I think now it is okay. Okay, the admins. Let's go to the admins and get. Okay, we can just say here users. Where we have this admin, and if you go to users, should just have, yeah, so this is a user now with a user role here. So if you click on edit, it brings here like update the role for this, and now we can just go ahead and select this one to make him, like, for example, an admin. Let me just make this one an assistant admin, for example. I'm just going to click update. And you can see after updating him, he has disappeared and he has gone into this admin. So we just also need to add the same thing this side. So basically, this, whatever is in here in the user, I will paste it in here. Okay, this one is going to be use admins. Then we can also get this model. Okay, going to get the model. Now I'm just feel like the first name and last name and even the emails are not necessary. So let's go to the to these columns and we make some updates. So here we have up here we have the columns. So there are those columns which are repeating, like already we have the email. So Now I'm just going to go ahead and see. Yeah, so we have this the same thing I want to do on the other ones. We have to admin users. So now we can choose the new role you want to give this person, whom you can just choose to be a normal user again, and disappears and now is under the users. So I'm just also going to go into the dashboard user here. Let's look at the columns. Remove all these repeating columns. Okay, so you have the name, the role, and the created at. Even the admins, we have the same thing. Let me just go and see these, the gate colors. I think we have in the, if you see here, we have the roles. So now just going to say that admin, this is user, this is vendor, and this is assistant admin. Admin, vendor, assistant. So if you just go here, just going to do this. Even here, I'm just going to say admin. Vendor. And just going to say assistant admin. Okay, so you just go to the users. Okay, they have the gray color. Now we still have a problem with our models. Let's see if we just only put one. It's supposed to be use state or use effect. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be use state or use effect. And then this on value change isn't saying about type value string. So if we just go this, so this is going to be user, and the default is going to be I think we could just like first of all put in the selected role is going to be the one of user dot role. Okay, user.role. That's going to give it like so. So now we have two errors. Handle close. You set it to the, so if he just closes it, just set it to user dot role. And then down here still have issues. Admin isn't assignable to type value string. So if you look at this, the interface, this is always string, but we can just say as user role. Be mistake neither specific, maybe overlap. I don't know how to override that type. Okay. So you can see at least the default role is selected. So if you just go here, you have the admin. The selected role is the admin. Okay, so I think with the users and changing the roles is okay. So you can also get the vendors. Let's look at the time here. We can also get the vendors. We already have the list of shops, which gets the shops. Instead, I'm just going to get the users, and then I also get their shops. I'm just going to go to where we have so here we have the users, then we have vendors. So here where we have this, we'll get the user, find many, order by, and then I'm just going to find the role of vendor. And now for this one, I just want to go ahead and include. I just want to go ahead and include the shop. And now you can return the users. So I can just go back here in this. Okay, and then just going to say vendors. So I'm just going to say vendors, manage your vendors. So you can just say look at the vendors. So in this, we're just going to go here where we have the use admins. Just going to duplicate this to use vendors. So just going to say here get vendors. Now where we have this here, I'm just going to first of all go ahead and create a base shop. So if you just go back to the schema, you realize we have a shop here, and this is all we have on the shop. So just go back to the user here, and we have this. I'm just going to say base so I'm just going to first remove these two. So I will remove this. I'm just going to rename this to is verified to a boolean. Then we have the ID, so you can just remove the ID. Okay, and then we have the user ID. So the second one is going to be user ID. Then we have shop banner. Then we have shop name. Then we have shop building. Okay, just going to say at least 3 characters. Shop room. Then there is shop street. Then there is verification code. and then finally have is verified, so you can remove everything now. Okay, so for the if we had to create a vendor user, so you can just say this is you can just get the user base schema dot extend, so you can just say extend, and then you can go ahead extend user shop, and then the shop is the shop base schema, and now you can just say export vendor user here. Type of vendor user schema. So now we can just go use this vendor user. And then here you just simply say vendors. Okay. I'm just going to say here vendors. And on updating, we should also just go ahead and also check in the vendors. Now we can just go back to the vendors. Okay, and then for the type we have here, it's going to be the vendor user. It's going to be vendor user. All these ones are going to be vendor user. Okay, so when you just go to the columns up here, where we have these columns, we can just like add one more here. We can just leave the key here, and I'm just going to say the vendor shop. It's going to be user.shop, then .shop name. So if you wanted, we could just like put let me comment this one. So I could duplicate this the way it is, like here. I'm just going to say shop, and it's going to just say like the vendor shop. So here we have the user. Now for this image, we can add an image of a building, because this would be user dot shop dot shop, the shop image or shop banner here. Okay, and if you go to flat icons, we could just get like a building image. Just come here and say building. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and get this here. I'm just going to get PNG. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and let's bring it inside the public. I'm just going to say this shop, and then we just go back to the listing. It's going to be shop. Okay, and then here just going to add the shop name, so it's going to be user.shop.shop name, and then this is going to be the location, user.shop. Then here we're just going to say, for example, shop name, this, and then you're just going to say shop dot street. Here's going to be user.shop building. Okay, so if we just go back here and we just go to vendors, okay, I'm just going to change in the app sidebar. I'm just going to say that these are vendors. So we don't yet have any vendor right now. We can also create the 404 page. Okay, so we don't have any vendors of now. Yeah, so we don't have any vendors, but we can just work on those vendors. Okay, so I think this is a good start. Right now, we have added the codes. Then we have added the users and the admins. And then we have also created the bunch of APIs that we are just going to actually start from in another episode. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.